Good morning. I think we start now our second session of the final conference of KNOWnNEBS. We have chosen this kind of format that will make several small events online to present the result of KNOWnNEBS, but also other sister projects. During the last 3 years, we have been working in the field of energy audits. The common target of our project, but also of other projects, where that we make, or what can we do that the audits become a strong instrument to change our energy system, to make our energy system more efficient. And I think it's a good idea to present 5 different projects and ask them, what was the main output? What was your main experience? What lesson have you learned besides the main story of your project? Yes. So a little bit experience exchange between the different projects, that we can share our experience, our know-how, and invite also the participants to check the single news site, the website, to look on some papers and to take a closer look. But I think this kind of short introduction in another project and even our project is quite useful. And so I invite my colleague Margarita from SCAN to present what kind of experience our project team has made in the project of KNOWnNEBS. Maybe, Margarita, you can share now your screen and start with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, George. First of all, thank you all of you are here. I can see 22 participants of different projects, not only our sister project that, as you know, the European Commission since last, I will say, 10 years, they like very much all these, I will say, sister projects. So we are working during the last 3 years in, first of all, was Horizon 2020, because we have the targets, European Commission member states have the targets of these 20% of energy savings, 20% of renewables, etc. And now we are with another targets. But okay, I will start with my presentation. One moment. So okay, now you can see the screen. So as an introduction, thank you very much, George. We are working in the framework of the energy audit, I will say energy efficiency directive. Now the recast or the revision is the Article 11. So we focus on this. Here we have this project, and there is some other people who are working in other projects, like I did to measure was the same call. So the main frame, the policy frame, was I would say, to promote, to enhance, to improve energy audits. And in other way, we have non-energy benefits that in the policy papers, in the directives, it's called multiple benefits. So with these two, I will say, main focus, main targets, improving energy audits for industries, for companies, for buildings, and also promoting, and I will say knowing, because that's the name, KNOWnNEBS. How can we promote, how can we show up what is the non-energy benefits in the energy audit, in the energy management systems, in the companies, in the buildings. Okay, so this is my introduction. My name is Margarita Puente, and I work for SCAN Consulting from Spain. But in this project, there are nine partners from 9 member states. So I think we represent more than, I will say, 60% of the industries of Europe. So it's a good, I will say, a good and hard work that we have been doing. And here we have these countries, Latvia, Austria, Hungary with the Technical University, also another university from Portugal, Coimbra. SCAN is like E7, we are private energy consulting, and Ecodoma also. We have energy agencies, National Energy Agency of Poland, National Energy Agency of Greece, that is called CRES and CAPE, and Soheska and the Chamber of Installation Specialists of Bulgaria. So all these 9 partners represent all the areas of Europe. We have Mediterranean, Central, and Northern Europe. Okay, what we have done during the last 3 years. First of all, we elaborate a methodology to identify and quantify the non-energy benefits. And after this methodology, we test in different companies of these 9 countries. Afterwards, we also did energy audits. All of the partners, or most of the partners ourselves have done the audits, and other we have some subcontracts to energy specialists, energy auditors. And afterwards, as you know, one of the results of the audits are the recommendations. The recommendations are the energy efficiency measures that can be implemented in the different industries. This can be the replacement of the motors. This can be a new boiler room. This can be compressor, air compressor. So we have more or less more than 30 energy efficiency measures or 50 identified. And now we try to develop some investment concepts and try that these measures will be implemented in the industries. But for that, what we did is to use our methodology. So we have calculated how was the, I will say, economic, how was the data with and without NEBS consideration. This is our main input of this project. So first of all, we implement the methodology, we implement the energy audit, we identify the energy efficiency measures, and with specific data with these energy efficiency measures, we include the non-energy benefits. So we calculate everything with and without these benefits. Here in the right side, you can see some of our, I will say, non-energy benefits that are more used. First of all, we did an analysis of the market. We did a study of what non-energy benefits are in other projects. So we did a database. I think there is not an official database of non-energy benefits, and I think it's one of the first lessons learned that we show in the first year of the project, if you agree, because most of the partners are here, the coordinator, and so I think it was one of our main outputs, inputs, and things to do in the future. I think we need an official non-energy benefits database that all the countries can use. So the methodology consists in 2 tools. One tool mainly for this database of non-energy benefits that the energy auditor can choose and can rank. Afterwards, there is another tool that provides some results of economic and financial data with and without non-energy benefits, and a guidebook in order to use our tools. This is our methodology. Afterwards, we did this pilot preparation. So we went to the companies, to the industries, and we did energy audits, and we test our tools there. And we saw how we could improve the tools, and we did improve the tools, both of them. And since the beginning of this year, we are doing these replication sustainability activities, mainly having meetings with policymakers. We did training for energy auditors, also workshops for industries, and also meetings and workshop with other association of industries that could use. the tools. So here I will give you this small summary of our tools, the inputs with the energy efficiency measures, we have the non-energy benefits, and we can choose the energy auditor or the policymaker or the financial institutions, the NEF category, the name, the description, and then we can rank between minus 8 and 8 for each non-energy benefit award, the ranking. Sorry. So some of the lessons learned, first of all, if we go to the companies, to the industries, and the target is that at the end, the member states should should implement energy savings for the 20 and 30, for the 20 and 50 years. So one of the sectors are the industries. So we try that the industries save energy. So after the energy audit, we have the results that are the energy efficiency measures. So we ask the companies, what do you think about the energy audit? What do you think about non-energy benefits? And how can we help you to implement the measures? No, we are like in this way. So we think it's not easy, it's difficult to implement energy savings in the companies, in the small and large companies, also in the buildings, in hospitals or in buildings and offices, because the feedback that we had from these companies is that if the equipment are obsolete, if they consume a lot of energy, and if the payback is low, maybe they will implement these measures. If not, it's very difficult. Also, the payback should be less than 3-4 years. If not, they will not implement. At least there is a financial incentive for them. So it's difficult. Some lesson learned about the non-energy benefits is about monetizing the NEBs is difficult. So some pilot companies only monetize some incentives, but all others are very difficult. For instance, if we say, okay, these NEBs if you consider the NEBs, you will have a better reputation, environmentally friendly reputation, is not enough to implement energy efficiency measures. There is another concept that is the needs and non-energy effects that are more easy to quantify because they have direct and measurable cost. Another thing is that without a formal or mandatory obligation for a NEBS analysis, the extra effort to carry out by auditors to improve the energy audits is not remunerated. So this is another, I would say, barrier. So we should try to convince our policymakers that consider as mandatory, not voluntary, the multiple benefits that include the NEBS. NEBs also are financially relevant. That means that higher assets collateral value, market access should be also included in these environmental and sustainability corporate compliance benefits. The companies, the medium and big companies, most of them have report these ESG documents, and here inside they include some, I will say, environmental projects, energy efficiency projects. So here would be a good idea to include these NEBs, this quantification of NEBs as obligatory. Another thing about the tools, I think useful as complement to a standard financial analysis. Our tools will be very useful. Also, they support, because they make a scenario and testing and clear client communication. We, after the tools, we have one result that is the benefit indicator. This is a number that show very good if all these NEBs that are included in the methodology are good for a specific energy efficiency measure. Also, need maybe alignment with standardized reporting that I said before. It's necessary to promote open access, user-friendly tools like our tool to help the small and medium companies and auditors to quantify the NEBs. without increasing the complexity, and about financing, enhancement to bank and another financing institutions, the consideration of multiple benefits. So its policy is energy auditors, its industries, and also the policymakers. About energy auditors, our feedback, we make some questionnaires to them, so we get some feedback, and here I try to summarize them. They should be or must be very cross-disciplinary with a 360 degrees company view to be credible to companies and combine them to consider and evaluate the needs and the needs. Also include methodologies in auditor certification schemes and capacity building programs. As you know, there are official, I will say, courses, training official energy auditors in some of the countries. So these methodologies of NEBS should be included. This is some of our suggestions from the project. About the companies, about the industries, about this, I will say, a target group. First of all, it's important to simplify a small and medium enterprise engagement in the energy audits with providing fund technical assistance, also data collection support, and small and medium enterprise facing communication strategies to overcome common barriers in audited participation. Support industries with economic incentives like less taxes, less bureaucracy if they calculate the NEFs, and broaden the concept of green industry. Also align with the environmental and sustainability reports, not open to priorities between NEFs, the methodology to be used directly for energy experts, and it's important to know that they usually don't have an energy expert. The small companies, the part of energy maybe is part of another department of cost accounting, or maybe there is in some other enterprise, we have one person that is dealing with human resources, with accountability, with environmental issues. So it needs that the company has some I will say professional inside the company that takes the role of all these energy matters that are very, very significant. So motivation to implement the energy efficiency measures significantly depends on energy prices also and available funds for modernization of the equipment. About policy and financing. We have been analyzing the Article 8 of the old directive and the Article 11 of this renewal recast directive that is going to take place. The member state should implement this new energy efficiency directive. So it's important now. We are in the good timeline for this. So to try to promote to our national policy legislation, to our national energy agencies to use and to try to put mandatory the NEBs. Also, in the national energy and climate plans, as you know, we have all these strategies, all these plans that should incorporate this figure of the non-energy benefits. Policymakers in general are open for our methodology, and they say they like it, but more industries should test them and in all member states.
I need one to 2 minutes only, yes?
Yes, I have 1 minute and I
Yeah.
finish. About financing, important the development of financing instrument to leverage the NEBs, also incentivize NEBs inclusive including in the audits, expand eligibility for EU funding and private funding also. And here is my last slide, so I am on time. Thank you, George. Here, if you want more information, we have some training courses for the tools available for you here in the website, okay? And you can follow us in LinkedIn or on Twitter. And thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I think we collect, if you have any question, we will make it at the end, yes? So we have a good overview what have been done. The slides will be provided after the presentation. Maybe I am able to send them on Monday or even today to the participants. And so I have to thank you for presentation. And now I ask Rod to present the results of the project DSMNE 2050. It's up to you, please.
Thank you very much, George. I'm unfortunately replacing somebody who's sick, and so I'm going to tell you a story, okay? And I hope you can see my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And I'm with DESMA 2050.
Yes, we see it, yes.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't. Oh, there we are. Okay. And it's DESMA 2050 is a follow-on from DESMA. And what you'll see is that we cover 4 different countries where it's about the furniture industry, working with SMEs in 4 different countries. Now, the thing is, what's it all about? It's a big challenge to change the culture inside an SME. They've got a lot of problems. But to help them make them carbon neutral, you have to help them improve their competitiveness. One of the things that DESMA 2050 did was to provide tailor-made tools. We started with energy audits, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. But it's also, you have to convince companies to even have an audit. I mean, it's changing the whole culture inside an SME. It's a difficult world. And so that's why that's why it's so great today that we're having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different projects being discussed, looking at SMEs, because we're all doing them a little differently. Now, I'm trying to get onto the next page. Oh, there we are. One of the things I want to talk about is the testimonials. Now, on the last page, you will see our website. And what we did was we've got these YouTube testimonials from 2 companies. And I think it's important to hear from them what they saw about it, how important it was for them. The main points from the testimonials was it raised awareness for them. I mean, they simply were not thinking about energy efficiency at all. And it helped them understand the benefits of improved energy efficiency, what it meant to their company, what it meant to their competitiveness. And in the French case, get them to maintain their prestigious label, which now has an environmental criteria in France. And one of the things that they say, though, is that they don't have the staff. And that's what's really quite important about DESMA 2050 and also all the other projects. And it's strangely enough, I'll just go on a little aside. Last week, I was actually in Brussels at an event that was organized by the European European Investment Bank. And I got to intervene when the Director General, Dita Jorgensen, was there. And I mentioned to her the whole role of intermediaries, the whole role of how much time it takes to work with these companies to get them to try and change their culture. In terms of DESMA 2050, in some ways, we're at the end of the project. We've got 2 more months left. But in some ways, it was already ahead of the game in terms of how the Energy Efficiency Directive has been revised. As with the revised Energy Efficiency Directive, there's more emphasis on energy management systems. As you'll see, the new Energy Efficiency Directive is that way. And closer linkages between energy management systems and energy audits. And that's one of the things that we did. One of the DESMA 2050 builds on the complete DESMA program, which was much more of a multiple benefits approach, very similar to what we've just heard from the KNOWnNEBS project, to capacitate, assist, and motivate companies to overcome the obstacles in energy efficiency measures. The project included energy audits and training. The training is actually quite interesting because they trained them on both how to build a business case from once they've had their audit to actually take it to start shopping it around financial institutions, And also there was training received, included ISO 50001 pre-certification. And most of that is now complete. And as I said, there's a great importance, as in the other projects, in integrating multiple benefits into the energy management system. Things are starting to work. I mean, the review of the literature confirms that most of the barriers are neither technical nor economic, but behavioral. The non-technical barriers. And this is one of the things we were trying to work with much more. That's why the role of the intermediary is absolutely fundamental. And also, the second point I have there, the idea of DESMA and DESMA 2050 is to change the perception of energy audits as a regulatory obligation, expand the scope of energy audits beyond the direct benefits of taking measures for energy efficiency, and relate energy efficiency to the underlying business model and attained in the general business objectives. So to actually make it part of the company culture, and you'll see that the new energy efficiency directive is basically trying to do that. Now, I mean, I'm not going to take much more time because I know we've got so many more projects to talk about. But look at just the lessons learned overall. And I mean, I'm one. I mean, here I was in Brussels last week, and so I take sort of a larger picture. And I think this is really important for SMEs as well. That for Europe to meet its climate obligations, the industrial sector must improve its energy performance. Now, we finished 2 years ago what was called the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group. And I was the lead of a working group on industry. And when IFIG started 10, 12 years ago, DG Energy wanted to do nothing for the industrial sector. They said the industrial sector could do it all by itself. We've proven them wrong. We've proven with these projects from Horizon and Life how important it is. Now, the revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive put more emphasis on energy management, as I've mentioned. And that's encouraging and reflects the Commission's new commitment to improved energy efficiency in industry and the importance starting with energy management systems, So the whole policy framework for industry to decarbonize has changed significantly. And I think projects like DESMA 2050, like DESMA, and some of the other Horizon Life program have really convinced the Commission. And also the other thing is that we found is that the SMEs really got quite excited about energy management if they were explained to them well. I put that in bold letters, if explained well. And sitting down with them, looking at some of their issues that they were trying to deal with. So DESMA 2050 is well positioned to be part of the solution. I met with energy efficiency in industrial processes, and we work with SENEA to make sure that when these projects end, they don't end, that there's a continuation, that there's a legacy that we're building on. And this is really important. And this last point, I mean, I've said it already, and I said it to the Director General last week. While rewarding to work with SMEs, it is obviously they need intermediaries if there's to be a real impact. And it takes time to improve the awareness and to gain the confidence of the SME management. You know, and so it's not something that can just happen overnight. So I just see a question there, and I'm not going to answer, Eric. So, but anyway, these are our partners, and what I'm doing here is that the website will take you to our testimonials, and I really think you need to hear from some of the users of our project how it happened. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And anyway, I hope you've learned something about DESMA 2050. It's coming to an end, but it's not ending. We're all trying to build on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I really like it, and at least I will check your slides once more if I get the main message. I really like it. In one or other way, we had the same results in our project. In other, I see problems, but maybe we can meet later once and discuss it online, because discussing problems always check their own arguments and develops it. So thank you. I really like it. So if there are any question, we will use it at the end. Yes. I have two already to your presentation, but we will go on with the presentation. And now we have audit to measure, and I invite Simon to present the results and lesson learned from his project. Please, Simon, it's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you, George, for the invitation. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, so thank you, George, for the invitation. I am Simone Maggiore. I am the coordinator of the Audit to Measure project. So today, first of all, I will introduce a little bit the project. The project will finish in January next year, so it's very close to the end. So we have produced some output which could be useful, and in the idea that you funded project output should be public, so that it can be used by stakeholders. I will present them here. Then I will present you some results about audit to measure. As the name of the project says, we are focused on audit in the industrial sector. This is not a specific industrial sector, although we concentrated on manufacturing, but audit was our main tool we try to analyze. So first of all, just a sec. Okay, so some information about the project. As I said, it started in 2022. We'll finish in January next year. We are the coordinator. There are many partners. Some of them, I see them here. Some of them also see in other projects. So it's good that there's a complementary between different projects. So these are the partners. As you can see, we are spread in South and Middle Europe. So we were able to compare the different situations in the South and Northern and Central Europe, let's say. So now I want to present some results which can be used. And I think that using this result could also help to build capacity about energy efficiency in the industrial sector. So first of all, this is a database. You can find here thousands of energy saving measures in the industrial sector. They've been categorized, and for each of them you have developed key performance indicators so that they can be compared also from different sectors. We also created an energy management maturity model, which is a way for the company to assess its readiness according to the ISO 50001. So it is important because when we talk about the needs of the sector, these are some tools we have developed to try to address such needs. So therefore, it's good that I invite you to try them, to go to the website. You can find them in the slide. And if you have any question, please let me know. But these tools are meant for the stakeholder, for the companies to be used. And actually, in the pilot phases, they were used by the companies. Last but not least, the knowledge exchange space, where you can find a lot of material, not only about audit to measure, but also other projects to create, to reinforce capacity building on energy efficiency in this sector. So coming to the results, I want to present three important results. First of all, screening about auditing policy. Then I will talk about the barriers and drivers, and then the company decision making about audit. Always is focused on audit. So the filter which connects all our activities are always the audit. As you can see, the first what we did here, because you cannot address a problem if you don't know what is the situation in the country. So what we did was a recognition of the state of the art in the country which are involved in the proposal: Czech Republic, Germany, Greece, Italy, Spain, and the Netherlands. And you can see, even if the energy efficiency directive is the same, the transposition in each country vary a little bit. So it's important to know that when the intermediaries, as Rod was saying, have to address a company in a specific country, they have to know very well the situation in the country, the laws, the obligation, in particular if there are requirements for the metrics for the assessment of energy saving measure. They have to know all these parameters. Because, for example, in some countries, they started recently to implement the energy efficiency directive. In other ones, the period is longer. But also, as I was saying, the energy saving economic method, they vary different, as you can see from the table on the bottom right of the slide. They are different. 6 countries, 6 different combinations. So I think this is important to keep in mind. Of course, we are not able to assess also the other countries because we concentrated on the countries which actually were in the proposal. And I think this is important to give you a situation, a picture of the situation. So these are two, wait a second, to further public, no, sorry, this is not the right presentation. Sorry, wait a second. Why it is not? Sorry, but because there are not.
Maybe I can say something, Simon.
No,
I am Margarita,
okay.
and
There it is. Okay. Margarita, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
No, it's okay. Yes, we started with this market analysis, and it was very important to see the situation. And now with the new energy efficiency directive, I think the member states are more updating the legislation. So maybe new.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. And in fact, we together with Margarita, we will work, and other part will work together in a newly funded project, and we will start from the revised energy efficiency directive. So what I want to show you here that the company mindset and decision process. I think this was an important aspect I would like to share with you, because it's important to know what are the points on which you can lever when you talk to a company, to a management profile, because it's important. We try to address mid to large manufacturing companies in the 5 countries. And you can see that we try to find indicators to decide if or not implement an energy saving measure, and how the cost saving of the energy saving measure are reinvested. Therefore, to create a virtuous cycle, the saving of a measure are invested to make additional saving. And this is very important because from my experience, my also current experience, that energy cost is a big issue for companies. This is true especially for Italy, because in Italy we have a long tradition of high cost, but it's a problem also in many European countries. And that this leads to the distraction of capital from energy investment to other sources which are more urgent, and therefore the companies sometimes cannot see the urgency, the importance of implementing energy saving measures, because in particular for small and medium enterprises, there is not a dedicated staff to the energy. This is more common in bigger companies, but for small and medium enterprises, this is not the situation. Therefore, it's important that even if companies see the commitment to climate change a goal as a positive, they don't have the capabilities, both in terms of knowledge and that in terms also of expertise. And this is important. For example, in order to measure, we try to address this issue by creating a capacity building to provide them knowledge about energy efficiency, renewable measure, competitiveness, access to financial incentives, especially from the public side. And another important thing is that in the end, the final decision in the company is taken by the top and middle level management, but they listen the advice of other figures in the company, such as the auditor, the head of a plant. So it's important to use these figures like the auditors, the ESCO personnel, like ambassador, which can convey the message of the importance of energy saving measure or to implement energy saving investment to the management. Therefore, it's very important to use the audit as the central tool for this improvement. Another thing we discovered that non-energy benefits, even if they're very important, they sometimes, over a third of the people we interviewed, they do not refer at all to the energy saving benefit. So it's important also to give more relevance to such kind of benefits. Another important part is that the audit just give the piece of paper to the company and that's it. But instead, the audit is just a starting point. You can build up on the audit to create a real action plan. And I think this is good with the action plan in the directive. There has to be a continuous process of improvement. And this is very important. Therefore, we have to accompany the audit and help them also after the audit is delivered to the company. Next slide. See if I manage to. Okay. So the other important part I'd like to share with you is an assessment of the barriers and drivers for the uptake of energy saving measure. Of course, we started with the literature review, but what we did in addition was a series of survey on this topic. And the first result we achieved is that it's very important to know the national situation in a country. And as I said in 2 slides earlier, each country has its own specific situation under many aspects. Therefore, it's important that the audit has to specialize to know better the context in which the company operates. I also said that the financial was a big issue, and in fact, many barriers are economic. Most companies don't have the money in the current market situation to implement measures, even if they would like to, and especially for small and medium enterprise organizations, because they don't have dedicated personnel which has the capability. Also, simply when one person stays in a company but has to do different duties at the same time, cannot spend much time to be updated, to be informed about the latest energy efficiency improvement. So this is also important to give prominence to this figure, which has to be concentrated and very specialized on energy efficiency, renewable, and decarbonization measure. Training was also very appreciated. So this lack of knowledge can be compensated by an additional training. And as I said before, the capacity building program we put in place in the different countries, and now in these months we are finalizing it. So you will see the result in the deliverables. Was very appreciated. Another important part is the automation, because given this lack of time, automation can really help to support the company in implement and monitor the efficacy of the energy efficiency intervention, because it's very important when you don't have to just install, make the installation, and that's it. No, you have also to keep monitoring on time how the investment goes, if it can be improved, if it's not performing as expected, so you can take corrective measure during the next year. So it's very important, and this is also helpful for replication, because if the company, I'm thinking to companies which have different plants, if something proves successful in a plant, it will be easier for the company to replicate, or with small differences, with customization in different plants. So it's very important to be successful with the company. Otherwise, if there is a failure, the company might be discouraged to implement additional investments. These are 2 publications you can find on our website and invite you to have a look at it. Here I've just summarized some points, but you can find much more in this 2.2 analysis of decision-making processes in companies, and 2.3 analysis on barriers and drivers that affects the uptake of energy saving measures in the company. So I invite you to have a look at it. And of course, if you have any questions, please let me know. I want to conclude with this. We have produced also a policy recommendation report. The second edition will be presented next week in Berlin to the final conference of the Audit to Measure project. I also invite you to join us. You can find some recommendations for the policymaker, which build up on all the results we have developed during the project, including the barriers, how to address the barriers, how to push them to increase their implementation rate of energy saving measures, how to make the audit a real tool, which is not just a legal obligation, but an actual way to improve energy efficiency in company, which company can leverage and then improve their sustainability in general. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, these are my contacts.
Many thanks for your presentation. It was also quite impressive, and I really like the information about the two publications. I am sure I will check it and read it. But if you have question, I would ask the people just to write it down and mention it at the end of the last presentation. But now I want to invite to present Angelos from Greece to present the results and lesson learned from the project and trainer, please.
Thank you, George. Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Angelos Boupras, and today I'm representing the Entrainers project in this webinar. So my presentation will start with some key aspects of the project, with some basic results, and then I will discuss the challenges that we faced during the implementation of the energy audits, and I will finish with the lessons learned. So the basic contribution of our project was to introduce a new, let's say, kind of energy audit. We described it as a paradigm shift from conventional energy audits to a new holistic and complete methodology that in turn could support the decarbonization action plan. The consortium consists of four countries and 8 partners, 2 partners per country. And the basic goal was to apply and perform this new kind of energy audits in actually not industrial sites, in 40, let's say, energy intensive sites, because we were not focused, on a specific sector. And before performing these ETAs, we thought that we could start with a preliminary energy scans to a larger pool of candidate sites in order to be in the position, to define the most suitable sites for the ETAs. Now, here are the 3 basic pillars of our project. The first one is the development of the methodology of this new ETA, along with the decarbonization action plan. The most important thing here is that we introduced these non-energy benefits. We will discuss about this later. The second pillar was actually the delivery of the scans initially and the ETAs in these pilot sites, along obviously with the decarbonization action plans, but we put a lot of effort in capacity building through, on-site visits and one-to-one sessions with the staff of the companies. And the third pillar was the design and delivery of 2 different, let's say, training educational programs. The first one was focused on current and future energy professionals. Both were accredited, the first one with 5 ECTAs. These professionals could be, for example, engineers or energy managers, you name it. And the second is actually a more tailored version of the first one for the energy auditors accredited with 2 ECTS. Now, some numbers about the project. So we had 8 editions of these training programs, because, as I said, 2 times in 4 countries. Almost 900 people were trained in energy efficiency for the industrial sector. We have performed 80 energy scans in order to decide about the most suitable sites for the actual implementation of the 40 energy transition audits. We have designed, developed, and launched, let's say, 4 new innovative tools. The first 3 were actually supposed and are supposed to be used by the companies themselves. The idea behind this tool is to provide them, a way to understand the potentiality in energy saving by potential measures, and because this was thought by us as a way to trigger the actual implementation of energy audits. And the last one is actually focused only on the energy auditors and helps them perform this new kind of energy audit. And also one training platform that actually consists of all the material, the training and educational material. Now, apart from the 40 ETAs that were supposed and have been performed within the project, we also aimed at triggering additional 40 ETAs by potential replicators, maybe in this case, energy auditors that have been trained in this new methodology. And also here you can see some numbers regarding the primary energy savings. These are the goals of the project, the renewable energy generation and CO2 emission reductions. Now, before getting to the challenges, let me very briefly present the differences of this new kind of energy audit, the ETA as we name it. As you can see, we compare the key aspects one by one from the conventional to this new kind of audit, and I will only focus on the new elements. So besides energy consumption, we also include emission inventory. We provide what we name a long-term energy strategy by also providing short, medium, and long-term solutions, because all of them are complementary to each other, and actually they form a solid pathway towards the decarbonization. We tried, to think out of the box, and also in these energy audits to propose innovative and emerging solutions. And the most important is that we try to introduce, assess, and quantify the non-energy benefits of these technical solutions. All of these actually lead to the formation of the roadmap, which can act as a long-term decision tool for the companies. Some results, actually these results refer to the first round of the ETAs, 20 out of 40. You can see, for example, some numbers about the primary and the final energy savings, the renewable energy generation, CO2 emission reduction, and the investments triggered for all of this to be implemented. Now, what we have found, initially, we were very happy to see that the companies were very interested in adopting and following and allow us to implement this new kind of energy audit. Also, from the very beginning, we understood that the on-site visits and these one-to-one sessions were very important because they led to stronger engagement and greater commitment of the companies to follow the guidelines that they were provided with. We couldn't avoid, of course, to skip a well-known barrier, the signing of the non-disclosure agreements, and we also verified something that I believe you all agree on, that the company's expectations are actually more focused on technical measures with attractive technical and financial feasibility. Now, about the targets that we have set, we thought that the sites could be fully decarbonized by 2050, with a intermediate milestone, 60% CO2 reduction by 2030. And for this first round, we found that 11 out of 20 sites actually aimed for these 100 CO2 cuts, but 6 of them settled for, let's say, approximately close to 80% due to cost or technical barriers. And now let me pass to the technical challenges. And the first one is the penetration of renewables. And let's face it, in most cases here, we talk about PV installation. For example, the basic problem that we found and that we face, especially in Greece, is the hosting capacity of the distribution network for additional PV installation. A lot of parts of the distribution networks in Greece are saturated. I was surprised to find out that by a colleague that in Italy, the same problem is faced in the transmission network and not in the distribution network. Now, when we try to propose advanced solutions, for example, PV coupled with storage, we find out that these schemes are not actually strongly supported through, incentives, initiatives, and subsidies. The fuel switching requires large investments, and we found out also that there is a lack of clear policy in the regulatory environment. And we understood that it's very important to take into consideration local regulations. Either these regulations, promote or support PV installation or green PPAs. In some cases, they are formed in a way that actually act as barriers towards energy efficiency and not as tools that facilitate, energy efficiency. Now, let me proceed to the non-energy benefits. For example, I will start with this right list where you can see the top non-energy benefits as these have been provided by the companies. Actually, we have sent to them a large list of potential non-energy benefits, and this is the top 10 that were reported to us. So if you check this list, you will agree with me that the basic and the first barrier is the lack of standardized methodologies for identifying and quantifying non-energy benefits, because you can see, for example, here that some of them are defined by a very, let's say, arbitrary way. And this makes very difficult to collect accurate data and establishing baselines. Also, we were very surprised to see that even our experts and energy auditors struggled, to assess the impact of these benefits due to limited knowledge. And if we combine this with the uncertainty about the financial value of these non-energy benefits, you should agree that actually the comprehensive assessment is a very complex and time-consuming process. I couldn't skip a cultural barrier. I believe all of you will agree with me, and those who work with companies and perform energy audits, they can agree that companies often view energy efficiency just as a technical or cost-saving issue, and they do not frame it as a strategic priority. So actually, they are interested in adopting and applying measures, proposed measures that with ensured short payback period. And also there is a lack of awareness in the employees and the staff, and this is a very crucial issue because it leads to ignoring energy saving opportunities. This is directly linked with the mindset of the companies. It actually explains the resistance to change, which can hinder the implementation of energy efficiency initiatives. So this is why we believe that it is a very high priority and need to consider both medium and long-term targets, embedding obviously energy efficiency in the corporate culture. And now let me finish with the lessons learned. First of all, is about the tools. I mean, all of these projects, I'm quite sure that they have developed excellent tools to help SMEs. I come from academia, and when we are asked to design and to develop this kind of tools, we get very enthusiastic and we try to invent very up-to-date, advanced, and sophisticated algorithms and functionalities, and this can make these tools complex. And this is a wrong, way to develop these tools because you have to develop clear, user-friendly, simple tools because this is the only way to help the companies understand the CO2 reduction targets. Also, we understood from the very beginning that you need to engage, if possible, all the staff members of the companies because this is the way to improve the roadmap understanding and implementation. So cross-department involvement actually can boost success of the energy audits. Now, about the monitoring and verification, basic schemes in energy audits, we believe and we strongly believe actually that tools like energy monitoring system, energy audits, and properly formed and designed KPIs are essential because this is the only way to support tracking of the progress. And the companies, the SMEs, are very interested on this. They don't care only on highlighting the potential or setting targets. They need to know if these targets have been achieved and what is the level of performance of these measures. And I will finish with three, let's say, more lessons. Now, this roadmap is very crucial because it can act as a strategic tool to support long-term decision-making. Because in this case, I mean, you can actually form a very solid pathway towards decarbonization with milestones, and this makes companies feel safer about the way they will proceed and apply all the proposed measures. Also, in most cases, the outcome of the energy audits is actually a list of prioritized, a ranking of the technical measures. But in most cases, companies are willing to proceed with those measures for which they have available funding. So funding actually influences priorities, and this needs to be taken into account. And I will finish with the last one. I mean, now our project is coming to its end, and I believe that we are in a solid position to justify and verify the effectiveness of our new, let's say, methodology of the ETAs. But we understood that in order to, to be in the position to have a successful application of the ETA, you must align it with the company strategy and legal obligations. It's very crucial to keep this into consideration because this is the only way to ensure, the successful implementation of an energy audit and, in our case, of our energy transition audit. I was very fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's a presentation like this is also a little bit a hint that we check all the other projects about the available tools. Yes, we are producing tool, but it's not clear if then they go in the market. Yeah. So maybe this is also an opportunity, and I was thinking about also within our project how to promote the existing tool much stronger on our website. So, because what the people which are visiting our website, the project website, we take with them. So I think it's quite useful to get there. A lot of tools we can use and think about how to promote. And one is also to mention the other project all have a focus on SMEs, but your project was more focused on the energy intensive industry.
Yes.
So maybe there's a different way of living and working because these are real costs there, yes? And
Yes.
in SMEs, sometimes energy costs are just one lane, fine, yes? And somebody has to check it and to pay for it, but that is it. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. And now we have the last
Thank you, George.
presentation before we can check our question. I have seen there already some in the chat. Maybe you also check it and then you also include this. But I want to invite Ivana from the Euro Chamber to present the project Energy Efficiency for SMEs. Please, it's up to you, Ivana.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you very much to the KNOWnNEBS projects for the invitation to share some of the lessons learned from our project. And so, yeah, my name is Ivana Ray Almora. I'm a project officer from your chambers, the coordinator of the Energy Efficiency for SMEs project. So, like a lot of the projects that have shared here today, the Energy Efficiency for SMEs project, in a nutshell, is another one that recognizes the challenges faced by SMEs in their efforts to be more sustainable. So the project aims to support the adoption of energy efficiency measures among SMEs in its target sectors through various activities. So the project has done that through conducting energy audits, providing tailored advisory services, and capacity building. And so the project ran for 36 months like everyone else. We started in 2022 and we will be ending next month. We had a budget of 1.8 million euros and we are a consortium of 23 partners from 10 countries. So I'd like to focus on the composition of our consortium because that will play a role later on in the lessons learned that I will share. So we were composed of 15 chambers of commerce. So as you know, chambers of commerce, they have the access to the SMEs, the beneficiary of the project. So and also other business actors. We also worked with 5 energy institutes, research institutes, and non-governmental organizations who helped us, especially when it came to the technical aspect of the project, and 3 public and independent agencies governed by public law that also supported in the implementation of project activities. So what were the target sectors of the project? We focused on accommodation and food services. So this includes hotels, restaurants, catering, and bars. We also focused on food and beverage manufacturing. So this covers meat processing, dairy, and beverages. And then metalworking and fabricated metal, which includes manufacturing of structural metal products, metal containers, and other fabricated metal products. So the data that you see here, the additional data, are related to the revenue that was based on 2021 numbers when the project proposal was prepared. So the project has accomplished a lot in the span of 36 months, but as we are concluding next month, we are still closing some things. But what we can share with you today is that the project has delivered over 150 detailed energy audits across the participating SMEs in the target sector. We have supported over 1,600 companies and their staff, as well as over 250 energy auditors and their stakeholders, through capacity building and training activities. And to support that, we have also developed practical tools for diagnostics, benchmarking, and energy management. I'm not going to go into detail with all these tools. Maybe one tool I will go in detail, but all of these are also available on our project website. And we are currently in the process of collecting information on the concrete number of SMEs implementing energy efficiency measures as a result of the various project activities, like the, of course, the detailed energy audits and the capacity building, the training activities. But some additional achievements and impacts that I'd like to share include hidden energy savings. So in the project, the role of the energy auditor was not limited to the technical assessment of the company's energy consumption profile. So as shared by the previous projects, like changing the company culture is very difficult, and SMEs do not have the staff effort to undertake the work of implementing energy audit measures. So I think this was shared by Desme 250. And so by extending the role of the energy auditor, so this approach shifts the focus from merely identifying the current state of energy use to providing a more customized guidance on the feasible and cost-effective improvement measures. So the aim is to support companies not only in analyzing their energy performance, but also in helping them make informed decisions about the energy efficiency upgrades. And to support that, we have also provided them with the training activities. And so in the project, specifically, we have developed 5 modules, including on photovoltaics, geothermal energy, how to read an energy invoice, and the IMPAWAT platform. So I'm going to go in detail on the IMPAWAT platform a bit later. But these trainings address not only the technical solutions, but also, as I mentioned, supporting the participants in trainings in making effective decisions when it comes to where to invest in order to implement energy efficiency measures. So the IMPAWAT digital platform, the project used this. So it's an e-learning and energy monitoring platform aimed at boosting energy efficiency. So this portal was actually developed in another project. It was developed under an Horizon 2020 initiative, and through the project, the platform was extended to deliver updated information. We have uploaded our training materials there, translated in the languages of the project. So the platform has been deployed in 12 EU countries, and 10 of them are part of the E4SMEs project. And so, as I mentioned, yeah, specifically the platform was used for training the staff, and the companies that registered in the platform were also able to monitor their energy and energy efficiency measure monitoring. An additional resource that the platform provides is knowledge on access to funding, or how they could justify their investment in energy efficiency measures. So this was part of tailored advisory service offered by the project to its SME beneficiaries. So as an overview of some of our lessons learned, what we found that works in the project is the personalized advice from trusted intermediaries. As I mentioned, the Chambers of Commerce has the Chambers of Commerce and their energy experts have developed a relationship with the SME beneficiaries, and have performed follow-ups on the SMEs that participated in the project. And so some energy auditors were part of the chambers, and having this rapport between the company and the expert helped build trust, allowing the SMEs to take informed decisions in their investments. The Access to platforms like Impawat also equips SMEs with information that they can use to continue building their knowledge on energy efficiency topics. Because the purpose of this tool is to go beyond the project's lifetime for SMEs to have something to use after the project has concluded, and to help improve their autonomy and decision making in when it comes to the topic of energy efficiency. So we know that access to finance is a major issue that SMEs struggle with in relation to their implementation of measures. And so having information on funding opportunities, of course, it increases the chances that they implement measures. Tailoring the services according to the needs of the sector also shows increased engagement among beneficiaries. And this is also observed in the next point. And I think this was also raised by the other projects like Audit to Measure, in which it's important to know the context in which the company operates. And so localized training and peer learning, that means adopting the information to the local context, which helps in improving the understanding of the SMEs on the status quo and their participation in implementing measures and in broader policy objectives. So as I mentioned, we are collecting final information, and I would like to use also a little bit of this time to invite you all to join us for the Final E for SMEs event, where we will present more information on the implemented measures. So this will be on the 16th of October. We would be happy to welcome you in person, as this is a hybrid event. So in person, if you cannot come, we would welcome you online as well. And so just a brief overview on the project partners. So as I mentioned, 15 chambers of commerce, 5 energy institutes, and 3 public agencies. So I think I also went a bit too fast, but I hope that that was good enough information for all of you. And if you have any questions, would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and short time. In this case, I only also wanted to mention, as we say, there are many tools. I think the Impawat platform is a quite useful tool, yes, to share the results or some checklists, some videos also there, because they are focused on short information and easygoing information to SMEs and their consultants to change our energy environment. So now we should start a little bit discussion. I have seen that Eric Goldberg, I think it's the correct spelling, has written a lot of questions, but I invite him to say one of them. Is it possible for you that you say or ask the question, Eric? Switch on your microphone. Eric?
Yes.
Yes. Can you ask your question, because I've seen that you have written several questions, so maybe you start first.
The first actually was a little too rot, because often SMEs is seen as one group, but SMEs is, as I said here, it can be smaller than 10, it can be smaller than 50, and then smaller than 250. And actually you have to deal with them differently. So I don't know, I know that Rod is standing in for another person, but Rod, how did you work with that reality?
Well, the thing was that we left it up to the 4 partners how to do it. I was just looking at a list of case studies that we did for an internal with our advisory group. We had one company of 9, another of 57, 100, 18, 21, 129, 140, and 20. So we worked with quite a range of companies. How they did them individually, I'd have to get back to you, Eric. To see how our partners in Poland or Bulgaria or whatever treated them differently. I honestly don't know the answer.
Yes, excuse
but
me.
We actually did have quite a range of size there. I couldn't agree more. One thing that we
what-
did though, and Eric, I know you would be interested, is that for some of the companies that we did, we actually prepared an energy management report, how they actually implemented energy management in their company.
Yeah.
I don't know if those are public yet. I would have to get back. I don't know, and I'm not even sure how many there are. But we did it. I mean, that whole, as I mentioned earlier, the whole culture of energy management was so fundamental. We didn't really produce new tools. We basically worked with these companies, and right now, I mean, we did, unlike Eurochambre, we only did 70 audits only. But right now we're trying to take 20 of those business cases to the financial institutions and actually getting them funded. That's the fundamental thing, is actually getting them funded. And I should add this point. Last week, the president of the European Investment Bank and the Energy Commissioner announced a new initiative of 17.5 billion euros for SMEs, okay, to fund 350,000 SMEs in terms of improving energy efficiency. So there's no excuse anymore, okay? There's a lot of money there. And so we've got to, all of our projects have to find ways that we're going to do it. And our legacy, as they mentioned.
Rod, one last thing. You said that they were interested in energy management if it was explained well. And as you know, I have been working with energy management for many years. And I see it very difficult to motivate small and medium-sized enterprises. So if you could share with me how you do it effective, explain energy management so they choose it. Because, you know, and actually also ISO has developed a new standard where you can implement ISO 50001 step by step to make it easier. So if they have found the silver bullet to explain energy management, I think a lot of people around the world will be very interested.
I couldn't agree more with you. And since I'm stepping in for somebody, I can't answer that. And I'll have to get back to you. But you're right. It is a fundamentally important issue. I mean, you of all people here have done more training on energy management than anybody. You know, probably more than anybody in Europe. So I mean, and if you haven't cracked it, I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, we have more questions.
Maybe, Margarita, just wait a moment, because I just want to follow up in this case. What you said, SMEs don't have the staff for energy audits and energy management, yes? You mentioned in your presentation. What does it mean for audit? Because my experience is to collect the simple energy data, yes, in a kind of quality by SMEs takes much more time, yes? So should we support energy audits for SMEs more? Or is the price, yes, we ask as an energy advisor for energy audits higher than for larger companies? Because at the end, we also want to earn money, yes?
Well, you see from the revised energy efficiency directive that there is a great emphasis of linking energy management and energy audits. So I don't think we can get away with it. I worked in Turkey several years ago now, where we actually developed two types of audits. One was a detailed energy audit for large energy intensive industry, and then another one was basically a half-day audit that a small ESCO could do, or a small engineering company could do for an SME. All of our projects here are looking at all of these things at the same time, and so and that's why it's really advantageous that we're working together. It's interesting that a few of us are just coming to an end over the next several months, because these things we've got to be doing more on this, and I couldn't agree more. Also, with this new EIB money of 17.5 billion for 350,000 companies, we've now got to find a way to actually take it to scale, to take it to market, the last project with Eurochambre mentioned how many audits they did, and that is impressive. Our project, not terribly impressive, doing 70, but as I tried to explain to the Director General last week when I saw her, was that all of these things take time. And we had one of the financial institutions say, they're always coming to us for coaching. SMEs, and we can't. These financial institutions can't do it. There has to be an intermediary. I was involved with the Investor Confidence Project, and I talked to Sanea last week about how much of a disaster it was because we didn't have enough time to really get it to scale, to get it into market properly. We see the same things with other de-risking projects like Trust EE and that. And we've got to find a way to go up to scale. And I'm baffled still. We haven't done it enough.
Yes, I agree. Excuse me, Rod. I am Margarita Puente, and we implement energy audits for the last 30 years. And here, so we have a lot of experience, not only in Spain, but also in other countries, like we have been in Honduras, in Colombia, in other countries. And what I see now is that, okay, Eric, there are small companies, less than 20 people working. There are medium. We have micro pymes. So in Spain, there are several categories, okay? And the legislation also goes to the several categories. So maybe I can share with you some documentation. So we distinguish between the micro, the small, the medium, and the big, okay? So this is the first answer. About the second, about George, about the energy audits and the energy management systems. Here in Spain, we have some industries that the clients ask them for the energy management system. So this is another way. It's not only that the directive or the national legislation say because of that, because you have an average consumption more than 10 Julio, you have to do an energy audit. It's also the clients. So maybe we as an energy auditors should tell these companies that in the future your clients are going to ask you for an energy management system, okay? And the third thing that I want to say here is that I would like to have one common tool for everything, and the result will go to the KPIs. So no 100 tools, a lot of people working, a lot of things. So one tool for all of us that provides the energy, I don't know, the indicators that we need at the end. Because in Spain, we have official indicators that the company should provide to the minister. And the minister only wants the name of the company, so like 10 data. They don't care if the energy audit is 100 pages or 20 pages. They only want this 10 data, okay? So maybe it's also another lesson learned after all these nice projects to have common database, common tools, and then common indicators at the end. You can make an energy management system or an energy audit, but the results will be the energy for each measure, how many CO2s are tons of CO2 is avoiding, how many megawatts hour, primary energy, final energy, all these things that we are working in the projects at the end.
In terms of a standardized approach, probably the best that I know of in Europe is the Strategic Banking Corporation of Ireland. It's owned by the Irish government. It's part of the Irish government. And they work with 35,000 SMEs and try to develop standardized packages for them. We wrote it up when we did a report for the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group. We did write up a bit on the Strategic Corporation. But it's one of the I can't praise it enough. It's one of the best. But I couldn't agree more with you.
Thank you. Other question at the moment?
Paula maybe has a question about how much would it cost an ETA for companies. Maybe Paula want to say something.
Otherwise,
Good morning. I will contact the project afterwards because yeah, it's an issue, but the discussions that we are having now are more important than the cost of the audit, even though it's quite important. And regarding this last point that Rod just mentioned about, and also Margarita, standardization, would all the member states be interested in such standardization? Because there are many different, I would say, energy audits being carried out, more detailed in other countries than in the others. And so in the end, would it be possible to have these harmonization, let's say it like that, or standardization?
It's probably too soon. And one of the reasons why we have a lot of projects funded by Horizon and Life is to actually see what's out there and what's going to work. Because I think we're still experimenting right now. I don't think we know. And so it's Paul, I know you wrote this and said hello to me earlier. I couldn't, but these are issues. What I would like to see is the EIB mentioned the 17.5 billion euros for SMEs. I would like to see something that they produce something like the Elena project, but for SMEs. I mean, it's right now it's for local, projects in terms of providing technical assistance for the design and implementation of energy efficiency, actually to help build the business case.
Yeah,
I think we need that. I think we need that for intermediaries.
Completely agree. That was one of the suggestions from the European Investment Bank in our roundtable that we carried out here in Portugal for the NEBS project. Indeed, yeah.
Great.
I have a further question because we have now seen or heard that the audit are well accepted by the industry, by SMEs, and even we should go more to SMEs. But how can we influence the industry association and the trade association? Because they are more this organized group. We speak with a contact with the policymaker, and my experience is that the word golden plating and it's just a burden and it doesn't work. So there's no, at the moment, it's my experience, yes? There's less support, there could be more support from this side, yes, to develop this kind of solution for energy efficiency, yes? Or what are the nuggets, yes? To support this kind of service, yes? I think it's a little bit an open question. Maybe it's different according to the member state, but what is your experience in this case? It's a question maybe to all.
I can answer that in the sense that there's the ENR network of national energy agencies. And last week they just closed a survey dealing with all of the industry associations, what the associations can do to help SMEs improve, in terms of this. I mean, I had to complete this. They did a lot of person-to-person interviews, and then they had people like me write the answers, to it. We should be getting them soon. Now, one of the important things about that is the new European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition is setting up national hubs. And this is what I'm trying to encourage the project, the companies that are involved in DESMA 2050 to work with those new national hubs. The first one was created in Spain, so that's the most furthest advanced, and Hungary. And so it's going to be, this is actually quite exciting because you can be working at the national level. There's going to be an organized thing, and it's not going to be so bureaucratic, I pray. But there's only so much you can do for SMEs at the EU level. It's really got to happen at the national and regional level. And so this is an exciting new development. But the ENR network, it's headed by Enrico Bielli from INEA in Italy, they've got a working group on industry, and they're really taking a lead, and I'm impressed with what they're doing right now. And so, I mean, let's see. You know, these are, I know we're in the middle of a crisis, but we're still early days trying to, you know, crack this nut for SMEs.
Are there any questions at the moment? Because we are now at the end of the meeting, yes. Otherwise, I really like the experience, what I've heard today, the experience of the other projects, and I will try to forward you the presentation today. But Eric wants to say something, please.
It might not be able to be answered now, but I would be happy if the participants would come back, because I know that doing energy audits in Europe is a very competitive market. And I have been in the process of evaluating these energy audits, and it reflects also in the quality. So if we should also put non-energy benefits into them, it could be interesting to learn something about how much time does it take to map the non-energy benefits and to calculate them. And how has the tools reduced this time to make it possible to put them into project or energy audits that are also competitive?
We can answer it, or Margarita, I think, wants to answer. I don't know how much it takes longer, yes? From my experience using or working with KNOWnNEBS, it's a kind of new solution. You need some experience to work, so it takes a little bit time, but it was very, how it works with me myself, yes, to get a better feeling about the investment. At the end, I would say using the tool, because at the end you should present it to the contact person, to the energy manager of the company. I would guess all in all, it would brings about up to 8 hours at the end, yes, but maybe it's too much, yes.
I think depend. Okay, we have been working in Paula. Paula has also a lot of reports for different projects, and our background says that first of all, it depends if you want. First of all, if you are going to take only some, I will say, data from the energy invoices, of if you are really going to do the measure of the energy consumption, because if you're going to do the measure to have real data, blah blah blah, it takes you 3 days. I will say 3 days, no 8. 8 hours is just to go there one day to have the report.
It's
and
extra.
everything.
It's extra.
And then
because if you say 3 days, then the audit costs at least 3,000 to 4,000 euros more. Yeah.
Yes.
And I am not sure if this would pay in the market.
Well, in addition, if I may interrupt, in addition to the normal, let's say like that, energy audit that is already being carried out, I would say after getting into the methodology, that takes some time, but yeah, you have to get trained for this. I wouldn't say even 8 hours. It's probably even less. If you work with people that is already on the field, energy auditors that already have a lot of experience, after the training, let's say 4 or 5 hours more than in addition to the already work that's being carried out. But the main constraint in the SMEs is to have these necessary data for the tool, because they are not very well organized in terms of collecting information and having an energy manager inside. So it's before, this is a problem that comes before the these tools to be
But
implemented.
maybe Liga, the project manager, yes, or the leader of the project can explain it, yes. And just before Liga started, I just want to mention, we spoke about the no energy benefits tool, yes, we produced. On the 2nd of October, there's an IRAM training, yes? And if somebody of you will take part, just send me an email. This presentation will start at about 1 a.m. Central European time, yes? It is online and will last it for about 2 hours. So it's opportunity to get more information, how we develop the tool, how we will use it. And just send me an email, it's not a problem that I share you the link. But now to Liga, please.
Yeah, thank you, Georg. And hello, everybody. I am Liga from the KNOWnNEBS project, and me and my colleague are responsible for the development of the KNOWnNEBS tool to calculate the NEBS. And what I have seen from experience in Latvia in making the energy audits by using our tool, actually to calculate the NEBS with our tool, it takes minutes, I would say. But the problem is to get the data, and it is, as already Georg mentioned, it is very important, and it with the how is the collaboration with the company, and how well how aware are the company of about the data they have, and if they already have discussed the non-energy benefits. For example, what we saw in our project, that actually they are quite aware already about the energy benefits, especially if they relate to the if they are related to the improvements of the whole production process. They are not they don't know so well about energy efficiency, but overall the other structures, they are aware about the NEBS. But the issue is how to get the data, and how the company wants to communicate with the energy auditors. This is what we found in our case.
As a practical answer, thank you, Liga, and thank you, Paula. You use one tool, you include all the data. The problem is that you have the data. You need a lot of a lot of data. If you have the data, it's just copy paste and you include the data. The tool 1 is running, afterwards the tool 2, but you can include all the energy efficiency measures up to, I think we had a maximum
10.
of 10.
10, yes.
10. So the same tool runs with 10, the data of 10 energy efficiency measures, tool 1, and then you go to tool 2. So it's not that you have to be 1 hour with one energy efficiency measure, another hour. No, you put all the data in the same time, but you need the data. You need to have an energy audit.
Yeah, and also what I want, it's also very important, what is the knowledge of the energy auditors, because this also, if there are more, and what we saw, although the KNOWnNEBS are known that they exist, they are quite not easy to find by the energy auditors. Especially we had the trainings in each of the countries how to use other methodology, and we have to learn the energy auditors where to look for them. And this is very, very important to make aware of the energy auditors and improve their skills how to look for the energy for the NEBS, and how to communicate with company to get the NEBS and the data to calculate them.
Okay, we need some training, some experience, some field tests. I also think about in a year or two, I'm quite used. Even in the case I was involved developing this tool, I changed a little bit my experience of seeing the costs and the financing, but the tool is quite useful, and it has, I always say, some goodies. It doesn't have only the including of the NEPs. It is according to the standard, the Valerie standard, so it's according to the norm, and you also can just check it. How much is the maximum cost? We have included the capex analyze, the sensitive analyze. We have developed a new figure, benefit indicator, which summarize all the results in one figure. but we need some more market experience, yes, even for the single person to promote it. But everybody is invited to send me an email and take part in this English training in 2 weeks online. Okay, I think we are now on the end of the meeting. Thank you for your participation. I really would like, because if somebody is interested for a further talk, yes, because in some presentation, I really like the discussion, yes, and because it's my target to make the audits a little bit stronger, yes, but I don't know how, yes, and to make it more, because I always say in Austria, with the audit, we reach about 60% of the final energy in Austria. I think it's about the same in other countries. And this kind of number, 60% of the final energy of a single country, we get every 4 years. So we have a quite interesting information about the energy consumption in the single member states. So quite a useful instrument, but we should make it stronger. We should make it as a quite useful tool in the case that even the companies ask us when will we have the next audit. And there it must be a nice and acceptable tool. Okay, that was it. Nice to meet you. And I will stay a little bit longer if somebody has a question, yes, but I will finish now the webinar. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
If
Bye-bye.
anyone has a question, he can ask me now also.
Nice, Laura. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you, Eric. It was very good.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you for the organization,
Thank
George.
you. Bye. Well
I
done.
see, Eric, that you want to share the meeting.
Thank you.
Eric, where are you
No,
from? You're from Sweden or where?
I'm from Denmark.
Oh, Denmark, okay.
And it's like 20 years ago or more that I started working with non-energy benefits.
Oh, you sent the link, yeah.
and the reason was actually that we had a project about introducing high efficient motors in Denmark. It was a project funded by the Danish utility sector. And it was not going well. So then I had a meeting with one of my friends. He was a sales director for a company providing equipment for industry. And then he said to me, Eric, you are selling the high efficient motors the wrong way. And I said, why? I'm telling them that they're saving energy. And then he said, industries don't care so much about energy. They care about maintenance cost, downtime, quality, etc. So if you have any of these things linked to high efficient motors, then you should market them on them. And that actually led me to a paper you can see from ECEEE. I wrote it together with a Swede, and it was called The Transition of the Energy Freak. Where instead of focusing on energy, the energy audit, you should actually focus on what can my consultancy do more than just energy savings. But the thing is, and I think that is the major barrier, that most energy auditors is done by engineers that seen their security when they come out to the companies in talking about high efficient compressors, heat exchangers, and so on, and they feel not happy about talking about maintenance cost, better quality, reduced downtime, and so on. So that's why I'm saying maybe it's a way forward that it's a recommendation from the authorities that when you do an energy audit, then you should also map these side effects from energy efficiency.
I did it in a way, but I wasn't thinking about, because when I speak about in service buildings, yes, and we make energy efficiency projects, yes,
yeah,
mention we know when we are saving energy in hospitals or in office building, we make the comfort, the quality of the air becomes better.
Yeah. Yes.
We know it, and we mention it, but we didn't sell it as an argument. Because I really think we say that our argument is after we fix the buildings, and there's a saving. I would guess. I know a hospital where I wrote now our recommendation will save about 20%. Yes, it's nearly 2 million euros. Yeah, it's quite a lot of money. But just do it, and then we will come a second time, and I guess we will find about 50 to 20% more. But at the moment, the consumption is so bad that we don't see the baseline already. Just fix it first, and we always say the quality will become better. Suddenly we start, we check the set points and, but we don't sell it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not an argument. Yeah.
So, I talked to a friend on the Faroe Islands, and he told me they have changed the windows in an administrative building.
Yeah.
So now they could use the areas around along the window side also as office space, because there was no draft and cold from the windows any longer. So they actually enlarged the office space.
Oh man.
So that's also a side effect.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hi, Eric. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, actually, I have to mention Eric was also a bit involved in the preparation of our proposal. So he's, we have been in contact with him. So thank you very much, Eric, for being here with us. And what I want you to add, actually, what I think it's also important that when we are looking at the NEBS, we discussed with Gat is that we forgot about the energy efficiency, these effects that are hindering or for example, that the company will need to invest before they get the benefit. And the additional efforts that comes with the implementation of energy efficiency measures, because if we are assessing in energy audit just the positive things of the energy efficiency effects, it may not look, or we don't get the whole picture. So we thought that also by including the energy efficiency effect is quite important.
Mm.
Okay, but I am on the way to the next meeting.
We can have a discussion another time.
Yeah, I really would like it. I will also ask the other presenters, because I really liked also the project. There's the first one, which was DSSME. Yes, I think they have really quite useful output.
Yeah.
And I also audit to measure is also quite interesting. Yeah. Maybe for the next project we should have this in the concept already.
Yeah.
We have a final round. Yes. At 3 months and before the end. Yes. Because we have the same target but different ways, different solutions. Yes. But sometimes you see, okay, this is the same. I disagree a little bit with Rod, because he says everybody wants an audit. My experience are not this one. And I also see a little bit the discussion with the chambers. Yeah. The golden plating is quite a common word in Austria. Yes.
That's another thing I have been working with for years. That is how to motivate small and medium-sized enterprises to do an energy audit, and that's why I'm saying the bigger ones, that's easier. But if you are in the lower segment, it's very difficult.
In Austria, I am really on the way. Maybe now we change according to the energy efficiency directory. We change. Before we had 250 employees, and now we go to the energy consumption. And maybe, yes, I don't have I think about, let's say I'm still in discussion, maybe there's an argument for or against, that the smaller companies, which are maybe a hotel with about 250 beds or a farm, yes, could also be a big farm. We don't have the employees. Maybe we go for the smaller one just in a kind of energy check. Yes, because if you're a good auditor, yes, you will find some saving anyways. And my experience is it's quite easier to find energy saving with the small companies.
Yeah,
because there's only the energy cost and nobody takes care.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What we actually did was, and that worked quite well. We sent a skilled energy auditor out, and the result from the audit was like a folded A3, where you have the energy consumption and you would have the proposals, and then there was a start on paper. It sounds serious in a time of computers, but on the back side there was a table where you could write down with your hand the energy consumption, water and heating and so. And actually, because you were doing it by hand, it tricks something in your head instead of you just write it on, and that worked actually quite well. But then the program was, through some government changes, was stopped. But I think, if it's smaller companies, it has to be personal contact, and there has to be some evidence. And the idea with this paper folded A3 was also you could hang it somewhere and people could see it and you could see it and so on. So
but the smaller companies also, if you work with the National Statistics Office, you have more companies which produce the same stuff. So energy benchmarking is maybe easier, yes. But in Austria, it is possible that the statistics office get the figures out of the audits according to the law. The praxis was written in a way that it was not allowed, or it was not possible because it doesn't fit according to the legislation. And the statistics office was sleeping, the policy was sleeping. I'm a little bit now fighting and see this opportunity, yes. If you make an energy audit, if you make the report that you have done it to the monitoring board, yes. If the company say yes, the data go direct to the statistics office. But it's a little bit discussion with the industry association and so on. Okay. See you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. It was very interesting. Bye bye.
Bye bye.